Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson moon hung low over the jagged silhouette of Bastion, its blood-red light casting long shadows across the ancient stonework. Atop the northernmost watchtower, Commander Draven stood motionless, his ornate helm reflecting flickers of torchlight as he gazed beyond the Great Wall into the mist-shrouded lands of the Broken. 20 years he had maintained this vigil, 20 years since the calamity had torn the fabric of life and death, creating the abominations that now threatened Moria's borders. Below, in the courtyard, soldiers prepared for the changing of the guard, their faces etched with the weariness that came from facing horrors beyond comprehension night after night. Yet they moved with precision and purpose, for they were the shield of Moria, the last defense against the tide of corruption that threatened to engulf the greatest of the underground kingdoms. None noticed the tremor in the commander's gauntleted hand, nor the faint silver lines that had begun to spread beneath his collar like frost on autumn leaves. "Father," a soft voice called from the stairwell. "Oh, the council awaits your report." Draven turned, his movements unnaturally stiff. Through the narrow eye slits of his helm, he regarded his daughter, Seren Flamehair, so named for the copper tresses that cascaded down her shoulders like molten metal. Her quiver was strapped to her back, her legendary bow Whisperthorn at her side. She had never failed to return from a mission without all her arrows spent and twice as many enemies felled. "Tell them," his voice rasped like stone against stone. "Tell them the Broken retreat. Tell them we are victorious." His gauntlet slipped, revealing the palm beneath, skin cracked like ancient parchment, veins pulsing with silver light instead of blood. "You're afflicted," Seren whispered, horror dawning in her emerald eyes. "The silver curse." "No one must know," Draven growled, adjusting his gauntlet with military precision. "If word spreads that I've begun to turn, morale will collapse, the Bastion will fall." Seren approached cautiously, as one might a wounded hawk. "We must seek help from the healers, the luminaries of—" "No healer can reverse what has begun," he interrupted, his voice softening. "I've seen too many good soldiers fall to this malady. First comes the silver in the veins, then the fracturing of memories, and finally—" He didn't need to finish. They both knew what came last. The breaking, when flesh and spirit shattered like glass, only to reform as something neither living nor dead, joining the very horde they had sworn to destroy. "How long?" Seren asked, straightening her shoulders. "A fortnight, perhaps less." Draven removed his helm, revealing a face still handsome despite the years of battle, now marred by silver lines spreading from his eyes like cracks in a statue. "You must take my place, Seren. You must wear my helm and armor. The soldiers respect your skill with the bow, but they need the legend of Draven to lead them." "I'm an archer, not a commander," she protested, though her mind was already calculating the risk, the deception required. "You are my blood," he replied simply. "And Moria has no more stalwart defender." As dawn broke over the battlements, Commander Draven was escorted to a private chamber deep within the Bastion, ostensibly to recover from battle fatigue. Meanwhile, a figure in his distinctive armor addressed the troops, voice muffled by the ornate helm, but commands clear and precise. If the soldiers noticed their commander had grown slightly shorter, none dared mention it. That night, Seren slipped into the dungeons beneath the Bastion, where captured broken were studied by Morian scholars seeking weapons against their kind. The cells were carved from the living rock, illuminated by cold fire lanterns that cast no shadows. Most contained twisted forms that barely resembled the humans, elves, or dwarves they had once been, limbs bent at impossible angles, flesh fused with stone or metal, eyes glowing with the same silver light that now pulsed in her father's veins. Unsel, however, held a figure that appeared almost normal, a tall man with skin the color of burnished oak. His only visible affliction, the silver tracery around his throat, and the unnatural stillness with which he held himself. "You're different from the others," Seren said, her voice disguised by the helm. The prisoner looked up, eyes clear and intelligent. "And you are not Draven, despite wearing his armor," he replied, voice melodious despite a strange echo, as if two people spoke in perfect unison. "I am Grim, once a scholar of Lumarion. Now," he gestured to his altered form, "something not entirely alive, yet not permitted to die." "You maintain your mind," Seren observed. "How?" Grim approached the barrier, silver light pulsing beneath his skin in time with words, will, purpose. "And a tincture of starflower and drakestone that slows the progression." Hope flared in Seren's chest. Could this tincture help someone newly afflicted? A smile curved Grim's lips. "Remove your helm, archer daughter. If we are to speak of healing your father, let us do so without pretense." Startled, Seren complied, copper hair tumbling free. "How did you know?" "The broken perceive more than just physical form. We see the threads that bind souls together." He studied her face. "To answer your question, yes, the tincture might slow his transformation, but the ingredients grow only beyond the wall, in the ruins of Lumarion. Then I shall venture there and return with what is needed," Seren declared. Grim's laughter held no mirth. "Alone, the forests that once surrounded my city have become the twisting wilds. No single warrior could navigate them and return whole." "Then guide me," Seren challenged. "I'll secure your release into my custody. Help me save my father, and I'll ensure your freedom thereafter." The prisoner's eyes narrowed. "Freedom to go where? Your kind hunt mine without mercy." "Not without reason," Seren countered. "Your hordes attack our borders relentlessly." "Is that what you believe?" Grim shook his head sadly. "There is much you do not understand about this conflict, archer daughter, but I will guide you, if only to show you truth beyond these walls." 3 nights later, under cover of darkness, Seren led a hooded Grim through hidden passages beneath the Bastion. With her father's blessing, though his condition had deteriorated rapidly, silver light now emanating from his eyes, she had arranged a scouting mission with a small contingent of her most trusted archers. They waited at the edge of the thornwood, faces grim as they watched their commander approach with a chained prisoner. "This broken will guide us to compounds that can help us develop new weapons against his kind," Seren announced, her voice commanding through Draven's helm. "We travel light and swift. Any who doubt this mission may return to the Bastion without dishonor." None stepped back. The journey through the thornwood was fraught with danger. Trees that bled when cut, mist that whispered forgotten memories, creatures with too many limbs that stalked the periphery of their vision. Twice, they encountered roving bands of fully broken, their bodies fractured and reformed into nightmarish configurations. Yet rather than attacking immediately, these beings communicated in a shattered language that Grim translated with apparent ease. "They ask if we bring the cure," he explained after one such encounter. They sense I am like them, yet not fully broken. What cure? Demanded Keldric, Seren's lieutenant, his bow half drawn. The very thing we seek, Grim replied cryptically. On the dawn of the 5th day, they crested a hill and gazed upon the ruins of Lumarion. Once a great city of white stone and crystal spires, now a jumbled maze of broken towers and collapsed domes. Silver mist coiled through the streets like living tendrils, occasionally coalescing into shapes almost human before dissipating again. The heart of the calamity, Grim murmured, where it all began. The calamity was a natural disaster, Seren said, a convergence of magical energies that, is that what your histories teach? Grim's voice carried no accusation, only sadness. Come. The truth awaits in the archives beneath the Celestial Observatory. They navigated the ruins with Grim's guidance, avoiding areas where reality itself seemed to splinter and reform. Finally, they reached a circular building at the city's center. Its domed roof partially collapsed, but the structure largely intact. Ancient runes glowed faintly along its marble walls, responding to Grim's presence. Within, a spiral staircase led deep underground to a chamber filled with crystal memory stones, the record-keeping technology of old Lumarion. Grim activated the central pedestal, and the air filled with glowing projections, diagrams of human bodies, arcane formulas, experimental logs. 20 years ago, Grim explained as images flickered around them, Morian mages came to Lumarion seeking knowledge of immortality. Our scholars refused to help, knowing such power defies natural law. The Morians left, but returned with an army. The projections showed scenes of battle, of civilians rounded up for testing, of systematic experimentation that turned Seren's stomach. They sought to bind souls to reconstructed bodies, creating vessels that would never age or die. Instead, they created the first of the broken, souls fractured between life and death, minds shattered by the process. Grim's voice hardened. When they lost control of their experiments, they sealed the city and reported a magical calamity had occurred. Your father's first command was to establish the Bastion and contain the threat. Seren's world tilted on its axis. My father couldn't have known. He wouldn't participate in... He was a soldier following orders, Grim said gently. But now he faces the ultimate consequence, becoming what he has fought against for 20 years. Lieutenant Keldric had gone pale. If this is true, we've been slaughtering victims. Not all broken retain their minds, Grim acknowledged. Many are consumed by pain and rage. But many more seek only healing, the completion of the process that was interrupted, allowing their fractured souls to either fully return to their bodies or finally pass beyond. The Starflower and Drakestone, Seren realized, it's not just to slow the transformation, it's the first step toward a true cure, Grim confirmed. One that could heal all the broken, including your father. As they gathered the precious ingredients from gardens that still flourished amid the ruins, warning horns sounded from the direction of the Bastion. From their elevated position, they could see a vast army of broken marching toward Moria, thousands strong, led by a towering figure that glowed with silver light. It's begun, Grim whispered. The final confrontation. The third force has made its move. What third force? Seren demanded. Grim pointed to a dark tower on the city's edge, previously unnoticed. The Morian mages who started this never left. They've been hiding here, feeding on the conflict, growing stronger with each soul that fractures in battle. They've manipulated both sides for 20 years, and now they've called the broken to war to harvest more power. Seren stood at the precipice of choice, the weight of her father's helm heavy upon her head. Return to defend Moria against victims of her own people's making, or seek the source of manipulation and end the cycle of suffering. In that moment, she was neither commander nor daughter, but something new forged in the crucible of truth. A bridge between broken worlds, a chance for healing rather than endless war. "Keldric," she said, removing the helm at last, "take half our force and return to the Bastion with the tincture for my father. Tell him everything we've learned." "And you, Commander?" the lieutenant asked. Seren turned toward the dark tower, whisperthorn in hand. Beside her, Grim stood straight and proud, the silver lines on his skin glowing with purpose rather than corruption. "We're going to confront the architects of this suffering," she declared, "and offer all souls, divided though they may be, a chance at wholeness once more." The copper-haired archer and the scholar turned broken set forth side by side toward a battle not of weapons but of wills, one that would determine whether Moria's future would be built on truth and healing or forever trapped in the shadow of its own dark legacy. Story 2. Blood trickled from the corners of Seer Morwen's eyes as she collapsed upon the obsidian floor of the Chamber of Visions. Across Moria's 7 tiers, in every scrying chamber and divination hall, the scene repeated with terrifying synchronicity. 23 members of the Olanoid clan, the revered guides who had steered Moria's prosperity for millennia, now lay writhing in silent agony, their bodies rigid yet trembling, lips moving in perfect unison. The veil thins, the chains weaken, the sleeper stirs, they whispered, their voices resonating through the ancient stone corridors of the underground kingdom like the dying breath of mountains. The end of all realms approaches. King Durin VII, Hammer of the Eastern Depths, stood in the royal observatory as dawn's first light filtered through crystal prisms, casting rainbow shadows across his silver-flecked beard. His thick fingers, adorned with rings of office yet still calloused from the forge, gripped the balustrade overlooking the great chasm, the endless void at Moria's heart that none had ever plumbed. "How long have they been thus?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that concealed the tremor of fear beneath. High Loremaster Thalin bowed his head, the chains of wisdom that adorned his ceremonial robes clinking softly. 3 days, Your Majesty. We've tried everything, healing crystals from the azure mines, restoration enchantments from the Elder Scrolls, even the sacred waters from the Pool of Moria. Nothing roused them. The king's eyes narrowed as another tremor shook the kingdom, dislodging ancient dust from ceiling carvings that had weathered 10,000 years of mountain song. Without the seers to guide our excavations, the kingdom is blind, Thalin finished. Already, 3 mining expeditions have breached volatile gas pockets. The Eastern Foundries report strange alchemical reactions in metals drawn from unseeded veins. He hesitated, and the Deep Wardens speak of movements in the abandoned shafts, things stirring in darkness that have slumbered since the Age of Embers. Durin turned, his decision already crystallizing like mithril in a master's mold. Summon General Barok. The obsidian throne room fell silent as General Barok Ironheart strode across the polished stone floor, his footfalls echoing through the cavernous chamber. Torchlight gleamed off the battle scars that marred his ceremonial armor, scars he refused to conceal, each dent and scratch earned in service to the kingdom. His beard, once flame-red but now streaked with grey, was bound with iron rings commemorating victorious campaigns against the shadow beasts of the bottomless dark. Your Majesty. Barok knelt, fist to heart in the traditional salute. You summoned me from the Ironhold garrison. King Durin descended the 7 steps from his throne, an unprecedented gesture that set court whispers rippling through the gallery. He placed a hand on his general's shoulder. Rise, old friend. I have not called you here as king to subject, but as one who remembers the blood oath we swore in the Battle of Shattered Spires. Barok's storm-grey eyes widened almost imperceptibly. That was 30 years past, my king, and yet the oath remains unbroken. Durin's voice lowered. The seers are falling. Moria stands upon the precipice. I must ask you to undertake a journey no Morian has survived in 7 generations. Understanding dawned on Barok's weathered face. The oracle, Durin confirmed. Beyond the devastated lands, past the whispering glacier, in the heart of the mountains of flame. If any wisdom remains in this world that might save our seers and kingdom, it rests there. Barok's jaw tightened. I am a warrior, my king, not a pilgrim. I have spilled blood on 100 battlefields, but I know nothing of mystical quests or riddles of power. Which is precisely why it must be you, Durin replied, pressing an ancient key of strange green metal into Barok's palm. Your heart knows no deception. The oracle sees through lies like sunlight through mist. His fingers closed around Barok's fist. Find the truth that will save us, old friend, whatever the cost. The east gate of Moria, an arch of living stone carved with the saga of creation, seldom opened to the outer world. As its massive doors groaned apart, winter sunlight lanced into the antechamber, momentarily blinding Barok as he adjusted his pack. 3 months, provisions, weapons blessed against creatures of shadow, maps that ended at the edges of known territory, and a single vial of moonsap, the rarest healing substance in the kingdom. A rather sparse arsenal for one who confronts destiny. The melodious voice startled Barok, his hand instinctively grasping his axe handle. A tall figure emerged from the shadow of a pillar, hood drawn against the chill, but not before Barok glimpsed the telltale pointed ears and eyes that shifted color like sunlight through autumn leaves. Elf, Barok growled, the ancient suspicion of his people surfacing. Your kind are not welcome within Moria's walls. And yet, here I stand. The stranger pushed back his hood, revealing features too perfect to be comforting. High cheekbones, silver-white hair bound in warrior braids, and a curious half-smile that carried equal measures of arrogance and sorrow. A thin scar traced from his left temple to jaw, pulsing faintly with an inner light that matched no elven magic Barok had encountered. Nimrael, formerly of Silverwood Realm, currently of nowhere in particular. An exile, Barok surmised, relaxing his grip only slightly. A traveler, Nimrael corrected, and one who knows the path to the oracle. Barok's eyes narrowed. Why would an elf aid Moria? Our peoples have been estranged since the sundering. Perhaps I seek the oracle for my own purposes, Nimrael replied, examining his fingernails with affected boredom. Or perhaps fate weaves our quests together like threads in a tapestry neither of us can fully see. Before Barok could retort, another voice, warm yet edged with steel, joined their exchange. Both of you seek what you cannot find alone. A woman stepped through the east gate, silhouetted against the snow-bright world beyond. Her travel-worn cloak was the deep blue of midnight, clasped with a silver brooch shaped like an open eye. When she lowered her hood, Barok's breath caught in his throat. 20 years had passed, yet he would know that face in any lifetime, amber eyes that saw too much, dark skin marked with the spiral tattoos of the truth-seers, and the small crescent scar at the corner of her mouth. A scar his own blade had left. Lissa, he whispered. Hello, General. Her smile held no warmth. And it's been a long time since the purge of truth-tellers. Barok's hand fell from his weapon, shame flooding him like cold iron. I followed orders. I didn't know. Save your apologies for gods who care, Lissa interrupted. I'm here because my sight shows 3 travelers reaching the oracle. Only 3, together. She glanced between the dwarf and elf. So apparently, fate has a perverse sense of humor. The journey beyond Moria's protective mountains revealed a world broken by ancient cataclysm. They traversed the devastated lands, once fertile valleys, now petrified forests where trees of stone reached toward a sky perpetually stained the color of bruised flesh. Silent lightning crawled continuously across the horizon, illuminating the twisted remains of forgotten civilizations. At night, around meager campfires, reluctant camaraderie formed through shared danger. Each held secrets, Barok's unspoken guilt over the campaign that had nearly exterminated Lissa's order. Lissa's growing visions of catastrophe that she recorded in a journal of human skin. Nimrael's tendency to disappear during thunderstorms, returning with fresh burns that healed too quickly. On the 17th day, as they crossed the threshold of the Whispering Glacier, a river of blue-white ice that murmured with the voices of those frozen within, Nimrael finally revealed part of his truth. "I am not merely elven-kind," he admitted as they huddled in an ice cave while a storm of crystalline razors raged outside. His eyes flickered, pupils narrowing to reptilian slits. "My mother was of the ancient bloodline, but my father..." He extended his hand, and blue flame danced across his palm, curiously without heat. "The Skyfire dynasty has few remaining descendants." "Half-dragon," Lissa whispered, neither surprised nor repulsed. "The true sight showed me scales beneath your skin, the moment we met." Barok's hand twitched toward his weapon before he mastered himself. "And do I reveal this now?" "Because tomorrow we enter the Mountains of Flame," Nimrael replied. "My heritage grants me passage through fire unharmed. You will need this advantage." The Oracle's sanctuary perched impossibly atop the tallest peak of the volcanic range, a temple of obsidian and brass suspended above a lake of molten stone. No doors barred entry, no guardians challenged approach, only an omnipresent sense of being observed, evaluated, measured against some incomprehensible standard. Within the central chamber, reality itself seemed to bend. The ceiling opened to stars that belonged to no known constellation. The floor rippled like water with each step, yet remained solid. And at the center, neither statue nor living being, the Oracle waited, a humanoid form composed of perpetually shifting smoke and flame, eyes like twin eclipses, voice resonating from everywhere and nowhere. "The seal-bearers return," it whispered, the words causing pain behind their eyes. "The unwitting wardens, the blind guardians of the prison they call kingdom. We seek wisdom to save our seers," Barok began, formal words dissolving as the Oracle's form surged forward, passing through him like living fire. Memories not his own cascaded through his consciousness. The creation of mountains, the birth of stars, the ancient war between powers beyond comprehension. "Your Moria is not merely kingdom," the Oracle continued, circling the three travelers like a predator. "It is shackle, it is cage. The great caverns, the endless mines, the labyrinthine halls, all constructed not to house dwarves, but to imprison divinity." Images flowed into their minds, a being of pure light, falling from the heavens like a comet. Armies of the ancients, dwarf, elf, human, and creatures now extinct, working in desperate cooperation. Complex ritual circles carved into mountain roots, and finally, a consciousness bound beneath stone, dreaming through millennia. "In your seers do not die," the Oracle revealed as it solidified into a form almost dwarven, though too tall, too radiant. "They are being reclaimed by that which stirs below. The god beneath mountain awakens from its enforced slumber, reaching first for those with minds open to influence." Lissa's hands trembled as she opened her journal, displaying prophecies that suddenly aligned with terrible clarity. "The end of all realms," she translated. "Not death, but transformation. The divinity seeks freedom." "Freedom to do what?" Barok demanded. What is this imprisoned god? The oracle's form shifted again, becoming elvish, with Nimrael's features distorted through flame. That depends on whom you ask. To those who imprisoned it, a destroyer, a being of such power that reality warps at its whim. To itself, a creator misunderstood, punished for attempting to gift mortal races with divine enlightenment. You speak in riddles! Barok's patience shattered. Tell us plainly, how do we save our seers? How do we protect Moria? The oracle's final transformation rendered it human, wearing Lissa's face with eyes of golden fire. 3 paths lie before you. Strengthen the seal, condemning the seers, but preserving the world as you know it. Break the seal entirely, freeing the divinity to bestow enlightenment or devastation, or forge a new covenant, a middle path requiring sacrifice from each of you. In that moment, their separate quests converged into a single choice that would echo through eternity. Barok's honor, Lysa's truth, Nimrael's divided nature, all pieces of a puzzle far older than their civilizations. The divinity below stirred again, sending tremors through mountain and memory alike. In Moria, the 23 seers opened silver eyes in unison, their minds no longer entirely their own. And in the oracle's sanctuary, 3 unlikely companions faced the terrible freedom of choice, the salvation or transformation of all they had ever known, hanging in the balance between fire and shadow. Story 3. The crystalline halls of Moria trembled again, sending cascades of prismatic light dancing across the cavernous chamber as another section of the ancient mine collapsed into the widening abyss. King Thorek Stonecrown stood at the precipice, his weathered face illuminated by the ethereal glow of exposed crystal veins. The geometric perfection of the dwarven stronghold, carved over countless generations into the living mountain, now fractured like a shattered mirror, revealing a darkness beneath that seemed to breathe with malevolent purpose. How much deeper has it grown since yesterday? The king asked, his voice a rumble that matched the mountain's own disquiet. Master Geomancer Kildrak knelt beside a complex apparatus of brass and crystal. The contraption hummed faintly as it measured vibrations through the stone, translating them into runes that flickered across a scroll of silvered parchment. Another 7 fathoms. Your Majesty, the geomancer replied, pulling at his iron-grey beard anxiously. And it's no longer merely widening, it's changing. The void patterns shift like... He hesitated, reluctant to voice the thought. Like what? Thorek demanded. Like a heartbeat, Kildrak whispered, as though the mountain itself has awakened with hunger. Around them, the famed crystal exchange of Moria, once the bustling nexus of dwarven prosperity, where merchants from 7 kingdoms traded for the luminous treasures of the deep, stood abandoned. Intricate pillars carved to resemble ancient heroes now supported only emptiness, their stone faces bearing witness to the unfolding calamity. King Thorek turned as his daughter approached, her ceremonial armor catching the refracted light. Princess Morvain Ironheart had not donned the formal attire of court in many years, preferring the practical leathers of the deep guard she commanded. Now, platinum chains linked delicate plates of silverwork across her shoulders, though a battle axe still hung at her side, symbol of her dual identity as both royalty and warrior. The council has assembled, she announced, her voice carrying the crisp authority that had earned her the respect of hardened veterans twice her age. They await your decision. Thorek's eyes lingered on the chasm, where faint whispers seemed to rise like steam from a poisoned well. There is only one decision to make, though it tastes like bitter ore on my tongue. His gnarled hands clenched on the balustrade, knuckles whitening. We must seek the aid of Ethel Vale. Morvaine's sharp intake of breath conveyed volumes. The elves of Ethelvale, masters of celestial magic whose forest kingdom bordered the eastern slopes of the mountain, had been blood enemies of Moria since the War of 1,000 Years. A conflict so ancient that its causes were now relegated to conflicting myths, yet its hatred remained fresh as spring water. "Father, the council will revolt at the suggestion," she warned. "High Marshal Grimir still bears the scars of elven starzords. Half our noble houses lost ancestors to their enchantments. And all our houses will perish if this void continues to grow," Thorek replied. The crystal light caught the network of golden runes inlaid in his beard, symbols of kingship that had adorned 47 generations of Stone Crown rulers. Only the elves possess magic attuned to the spaces between realms. If any power might seal this breach, it lies in their star-song enchantments. A tremor stronger than any before shuddered through the mountain, sending hairline fractures racing across the chamber floor. From the depths rose a sound, not quite a roar, not quite a word, that bypassed the ear to resonate directly in the mind. "Would we have no more time for debate?" Thorek declared, turning toward the council chamber with grim resolve. "Send the Raven Heralds to Ethelvale. I will bear whatever price Queen Iselinor demands." The sacred grove of Ethelvale shimmered beneath triple moons, its ancient trees rising like silver pillars into a night sky ablaze with unfamiliar constellations. The elven court had assembled in this living cathedral, where stone and vegetation intertwined in patterns too perfect to be natural, yet too organic to be crafted. Bioluminescent flowers pulsed in rhythm with the slow melody of star harps, while sprites danced on currents of enchanted air, their gleaming trails lingering like calligraphy. Queen Iselinor Dawnstar sat upon a throne that grew from the central heartwood tree, her ageless face betraying no emotion as the dwarven delegation approached along the spiraling path. Her crown of intertwined moonlight and living branches cast shifting shadows across features that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations beyond counting. "King Thorek Stonecrown," she acknowledged, her voice musical yet cool as mountain streams. 12 centuries have passed since a Morian sovereign last walked these groves. The trees remember your ancestors, torches and axes all too well. Thorek executed a stiff bow, as much as his dwarven pride and aging joints would allow. "Necessity, not desire, brings me to your realm, Queen Iselinor. A peril grows beneath Moria that threatens not only my kingdom, but all lands that border the mountain." As the dwarven king recounted the appearance of the void, Prince Eldrin watched from his position at his mother's right hand. Unlike most of the elven court, who wore expressions of thinly veiled contempt or indifference, the prince studied the dwarves with genuine curiosity. His gaze lingered particularly on Princess Morvaine, whose discomfort in the forest setting was evident in her rigid posture and watchful eyes, yet who maintained impeccable dignity. When Thorek finished his account, Queen Iselinor remained silent for a long moment, her fingers tracing patterns in the air that momentarily crystallized into glowing runes before dissolving back into moonlight. "Be what you describe," she finally said, "bears the hallmarks of the world devourers, entities our oldest scrolls claim existed before the separation of realms, beings whose hunger transcends physical sustenance, for they feed upon the very essence of worlds." A murmur rippled through both delegations. Even Thorek, versed in the ancient lore of his people, seemed shaken by the name. "If such beings have found a path through the roots of your mountain," Iselinor continued, "then indeed this concerns us all. The elves of Ethelvale will provide the Starsong enchantments needed to contain this breach." Relief washed across the dwarven faces, quickly replaced by wariness as the queen raised a slender hand. However, she added, such magic requires more than transient cooperation. It demands a binding, a permanent interweaving of our realms' essences. Her eyes, reflecting starlight like twin moons, shifted to her son, a union of bloodlines that have remained separate since the dawn of our peoples. Understanding dawned on Thorek's face. You propose a marriage alliance. I do. Iselinor's gaze moved to Princess Morvain, whose hand had instinctively tightened around her axe haft. My son, Prince Eldrin, will wed your daughter, binding our kingdoms through a union of stone and star. Only through such a covenant can the magic be sustained indefinitely. The silence that followed seemed to stretch into infinity, broken only by the distant melody of night birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. Thorek turned to his daughter, a question in his eyes that required no voice. Morvain stepped forward, her armor catching moonlight and forest glow alike. When she spoke, her voice carried surprising softness beneath its strength. If my marriage is the price of Moria's salvation, then I accept. Across the grove, Prince Eldrin inclined his head in solemn agreement, though keen observers might have noted the flash of something unexpected in his eyes, not resignation, but intrigue. Within a fortnight, ancient enemies found themselves reluctant allies. Elven mages established enchantment circles throughout Moria's lower halls, their celestial magic forming temporary seals around the expanding void. Yet, despite their efforts, the abyss continued to grow, merely slowed rather than contained. In the crystal chamber, once Moria's treasury, now converted to a war council room, maps and mystical diagrams covered tables of polished stone. Princess Morvain stood beside her betrothed, Prince Eldrin, as they studied a three-dimensional projection conjured by elven starlight and dwarven crystals. The conventional enchantments are failing, Eldrin observed, his long fingers tracing the expanding pattern of the void. We're attempting to heal a wound without addressing its cause. Morvain nodded, her initial distrust of the elven prince having gradually yielded to professional respect. My Deep Guard scouts report unusual formations in the abandoned tunnels surrounding the breach, structures that appear carved, yet match no known dwarven or elven craftsmanship. We must see for ourselves, Eldrin decided. If the world devourers truly stir beneath the mountain, we need to understand what we face. Their gazes met in rare, perfect agreement. Warrior princess and scholar prince finding unexpected common ground in pragmatism. The expedition into the deepest reaches of Moria departed with dawn's first light, a company of 12, led by the unlikely pair of betrothed royals. Elven mages bearing star-shard lanterns walked alongside veteran dwarven miners equipped with enchanted pickaxes. They descended through ancient shafts where time itself seemed to slow, the weight of mountain and history pressing upon them with each downward spiral. At the 7th level below the known mines, they encountered the first anomaly, a perfectly smooth tunnel that cut through dwarven excavations and natural rock alike, its surface bearing swirling patterns that shifted when observed directly. These markings, whispered elven sage Liranel, they're similar to texts in our forbidden archives, chronicles of the time before separation, when the boundaries between worlds remained fluid. Deeper, they ventured, the tunnel gradually widening until it opened into a vast cathedral-like space, illuminated by veins of crystal that pulsed with colors unknown to surface dwellers. At its center gaped the void, not merely a pit or chasm, but an absence so profound it appeared to consume light itself. Around this nothingness stood 7 pillars arranged in a perfect circle, each carved with scenes depicting the same narrative, beings of pure energy descending from stars, the creation of mountains and forests, and finally, war between the elder races. This can't be, Morvain breathed, running her hand over carvings that showed dwarves and elves locked in eternal conflict. These pillars predate the War of 1,000 Years by millennia. Eldrin moved to her side, his expression grave. Not just predate it, they predicted it. He indicated sequential carvings that showed the gradual separation of elven and dwarven civilizations, their cooperation fracturing into hostility. This isn't history recorded after the fact, it's a blueprint, came a voice from the darkness, melodious yet discordant, like multiple speakers slightly out of synchronization. From the void emerged a figure that seemed both present and absent simultaneously, its form rippling between states of matter. Neither wholly humanoid nor entirely other, it observed them with faceted eyes that reflected their own images back at them, multiplied infinitely. Udo, the architects of division, welcome the heirs of stone and star, it continued, gesturing toward the void with limbs that left trails of partial existence. How fitting that you arrive as the harvest approaches completion. What harvest? Morvain demanded, her axe raised defensively. The entity's laugh resonated on multiple frequencies. The harvest of division, of course. For countless cycles, we have nurtured the separation of your kinds. Conflict generates such exquisite energies, the friction of incompatible magics, the passion of ancient hatreds, the yearning for connection even as you drive each other away. It gestured toward the void, all feeding the gateway's opening. Understanding dawned on Eldrin's face. The War of 1,000 Years, it wasn't a natural conflict. Merely the culmination of careful cultivation, the entity agreed. Seeds of discord planted in dreams, in misunderstandings magnified through generations. So much easier to turn you against each other than to face your combined might. As it spoke, more figures emerged from the void, similar yet distinct, their voices joining in dissonant harmony. The air around them wavered as reality itself seemed to thin. The gateway nears completion, they chorused. Soon our brethren return to this realm, and the feast of worlds resumes. Acting on warrior's instinct, Morvain swung her axe at the nearest entity, only for the weapon to pass through it without resistance. Eldrin's conjured starfire proved equally ineffective, dissipating against their not quite corporeal forms. As the expedition retreated toward the tunnel, fighting disorientation as space itself seemed to warp around them, Eldrin grasped Morvain's hand. The contact sent unexpected energy surging between them, not the political alliance their parents had envisioned, but something more primal, the complementary magics of earth and sky, crystal and starlight, stone and celestial fire. The binding, Eldrin whispered, revelation dawning. Not just symbolic, but literal, Morvain finished, feeling the connection between them strengthen as ancient magic recognized its counterpart. The union our ancestors feared. Together they turned toward the encroaching entities, hands still joined as power built between them, power neither could access alone, born from the very combination the world devourers had worked millennia to prevent. We need to reach the surface, Morvain urged. To gather both our peoples. For the first time in 12 centuries, dwarven determination and elven grace moved in perfect synchronicity, retreating not in defeat, but in newfound purpose, carrying with them the secret hidden in plain sight upon the ancient pillars. That the true power to seal the void lay not in royal lineages kept pure and separate, but in the forbidden union their peoples had been manipulated to avoid. As they ascended toward a mountain now shaking with imminent catastrophe, Morvain and Eldrin led their expedition toward an uncertain future, one where the oaths of stone and star might finally be fulfilled not through politics, but through genuine understanding between ancient enemies who had been divided by design rather than destiny. Story 4. Lightning split the bruised sky over the Wraithwood as Lyra Stormborn pulled her tattered cloak tighter against the biting wind. The bounty hunter's fingers, calloused from years of wielding blade and bow, traced the worn parchment bearing her latest target's likeness. Rain pelted the ancient oaks around her, their twisted limbs seeming to reach for her as she navigated the treacherous path where few dared tread. Such was the life of the exiled, dwelling in shadows, surviving on the periphery of a world that had cast her out. 7 years had passed since the Tribunal of Nine had banished her from the crystal halls of Moria for practicing the forbidden arts. 7 years of hunting down criminals and creatures for handfuls of silver, her reputation growing with each successful capture. The irony did not escape her, that she, who had been condemned as dangerous, now protected the very society that feared her. A branch snapped somewhere to her left. Lyra's hand moved to the plain iron dagger at her hip, her only weapon since the tribunal had confiscated her enchanted implements. Unlike most bounty hunters who relied on elaborate armaments, Lyra's true strength lay in her keen instincts and the forbidden knowledge she had gleaned from ancient tomes before her exile. "Show yourself," she commanded, her voice carrying the unmistakable accent of Morian nobility that years in the wilderness had failed to erase. From the mist emerged a figure draped in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver constellations that seemed to shift position with each movement. His beard, white as winter frost, was bound with rings of polished obsidian, and his eyes, ancient beyond reckoning, studied her with unsettling intensity. "Lyra, daughter of the storm and last blood of Orathil," the stranger said, his voice resonating with power that sent ripples through the rain itself. Lyra's dagger was in her hand instantly, its edge catching what little light penetrated the canopy. "You have me at a disadvantage, old man. You know my name, but I don't recall selling it along with my services." The stranger's lips curved into a smile that held no mirth. "I am Viridian, keeper of the seventh seal and guardian of forgotten lore, and I have spent decades searching for you." "Well, you've found me," Lyra replied, not lowering her blade, "though I doubt I'm worth the effort. If the tribunal sent you—" "The tribunal believes you dead," Viridian interrupted, "which has served our purpose until now. But circumstances have changed." He gestured, and the rainfall between them coalesced into a shimmering image. A mountain fortress wreathed in unnatural storm clouds, lightning of crimson and violet striking its obsidian towers. 3 nights ago, the seals binding the citadel of shadow weakened. Azarath stirs in his long slumber. The name sent an involuntary shiver down Lyra's spine, a primal reaction she couldn't explain. Azarath is a children's tale, meant to frighten young mages into obedience. "All legends grow from seeds of truth," Viridian replied. 5 centuries ago, the Shadow Lord Azarath nearly succeeded in merging our realm with the Void, a dimension of pure entropy. Only King Mage Orathil possessed the power to oppose him. Their final battle reshaped the continent, creating the shattered plains you can see on any modern map. Thunder cracked overhead, unnaturally loud, as if the sky itself responded to the tale. Lyra's grip on her dagger tightened. "The history of that conflict is known to any Morian schoolchild," she said. "Orathil sacrificed himself to seal Azarath away. His bloodline ended with him as he died without heirs. So the official histories claim," Viridian agreed. But Orathil had foreseen that Azarath might one day return. He entrusted his infant daughter to his most loyal servants, with instructions that his lineage be preserved in secret, hidden even from the Tribunal of Nine. His ancient eyes locked with hers. "You are the last of that line, Lyra. The power that flows in your veins, the magic that earned your exile, is your birthright as Orathil's descendant." Lyra's world tilted beneath her feet as fragments of memory reassembled themselves. Her inexplicable affinity for storm magic that had manifested far earlier than normal. The strange reactions of ancient artifacts in her presence. Her adoptive parents, fearful whispers when they thought her asleep. "Even if what you say is true," she finally replied, "what does it matter now? I'm a bounty hunter with a common blade, not a legendary hero." In answer, Viridian withdrew a cloth-wrapped object from within his robes. As he unwrapped it, silver light spilled between his fingers, illuminating the clearing with the brightness of captured lightning. There, nestled in folds of ancient silk, lay a crystal dagger no longer than Lyra's forearm, its edge impossibly thin, its hilt wrapped in metal that seemed to shift between silver and gold depending on how the light struck it. "The Blade of Dawn," Viridian whispered reverently, "forged from the last breath of a celestial dragon and quenched in the tears of the moon. It has remained dormant since Orithil's time, awaiting the touch of his bloodline." Despite herself, Lyra felt drawn to the weapon, her fingertips tingling with anticipation. "And you believe this blade can defeat Azarath?" "It is merely a key," the mage explained. "When fully awakened by one of Orithil's blood, it can channel power sufficient to renew the seals, or to end the Shadow Lord permanently." Lightning flashed again, closer now, momentarily casting Lyra's shadow across the forest floor, a shadow that seemed to wear a crown. The journey to the citadel took them through lands transformed by Azarath's stirring. Villages lay abandoned, their inhabitants fled or worse. Forests that had once teemed with life stood eerily silent. Leaves turned to obsidian that shattered at the slightest touch. And the sky, once blue by day and star-strewn by night, now churned with clouds that glowed from within, as if illuminated by captive lightning. As they traveled, Viridian taught Lyra the forgotten arts of her bloodline, magics prohibited by the tribunal for their raw, untamed nature. The Blade of Dawn responded to her touch, absorbing ambient energy from storms and gradually awakening from its centuries-long dormancy. "The bond between blade and wielder grows," Viridian observed, as they made camp beneath the skeletal remains of what had once been a great oak. "But your power remains fragmented, like light through flawed crystal." Lyra gazed at her reflection in the blade's surface. "How can I be whole when I've spent my life severed from my heritage?" "Your exile was no accident," the mage replied, his voice heavy with regret. "There are those within the tribunal who suspected your lineage, who feared the power of Orithil reborn. They engineered your banishment when your magical affinity proved too similar to your ancestors." Anger flared within Lyra, hot and bright as forged steel. "Then why should I risk my life to save Moria from Azarath? Let them face the consequences of their fear." "Because Azarath will not stop with Moria," Viridian said simply. "And because you are more than the sum of what was done to you." The truth of his words settled into Lyra's bones, unwelcome but undeniable. Their path eventually led them to the Obsidian Steppes, a barren expanse where jagged crystal formations erupted from the earth like the teeth of buried titans. Here they encountered others drawn by desperation or destiny. Khan, a disgraced Morian knight seeking redemption. Elindra, a hedge witch whose visions had guided her from distant shores. And Vex, a shapeshifter who claimed to be the last survivor of a village consumed by Azarath's awakening presence. Together, this improbable company journeyed to the very edge of the Void's influence, where reality itself grew thin and malleable. The Citadel of Shadow loomed before them, a structure that defied architectural logic, its towers spiraling in impossible directions, its gates opening onto spaces larger than the structures that contained them. And it was there, at the threshold between worlds, that they were ambushed. The spectral legion materialized from the twisted shadows, wraith-like beings composed of darkness and negative light, their forms flickering between states of matter. At their head stood a figure of terrible majesty, a woman clad in armor of liquid darkness, her face hidden behind a mask of polished silver that reflected not the viewer's face, but their deepest fears. Magistrix Sylvain, Viridian breathed, recognition and betrayal mingling in his voice, head of the Tribunal of Nine. Keeper Viridian, the woman replied, her voice resonating on multiple frequencies simultaneously. But you always so predictable in your sentimentality? Did you truly believe we would allow Orathil's bloodline to challenge the order we have maintained for centuries? Understanding dawned on Lyra like ice water in her veins. You didn't fear Azarath's return, she said, the blade of dawn humming with energy in her grip. You orchestrated it. Sylvain's laugh echoed like breaking glass. Azarath and the Tribunal have always been two sides of the same coin. The perfect balance of chaos and order. He creates the threats that justify our authority. We ensure that true power remains concentrated in worthy hands. By worthy, you mean your own, Khan growled, his knight's training evident as he positioned himself protectively near Lyra. The masses require governance, Sylvain replied dismissively. For 5 centuries, we have maintained the illusion of Azarath's defeat, while channeling his power to extend our lives and authority. Now the time has come to renew that arrangement, a process that unfortunately requires significant energy. Her silver mask turned toward Lyra. The life force of Orathil's last descendant should suffice nicely. The spectral legion surged forward. Battle erupted across the distorted landscape, Khan's enchanted blade cleaving through wraith matter, Elindra's hastily erected wards flaring like miniature suns, Vex shifting between animal forms to confuse and outmaneuver the enemies. Viridian and Sylvain engaged in arcane combat, reality warping around their contest of wills. Lyra fought her way toward the citadel's gate, the blade of dawn drinking in ambient energy until it blazed like a captured star. Each spectre that approached disintegrated upon contact with the awakening weapon. Yet for every enemy vanquished, 3 more materialized from the churning shadows. You cannot prevail against forces you barely comprehend, Sylvain called, her magic momentarily overwhelming Viridian and sending the old mage to his knees. You surrender the blade, and I promise your death will fuel a new age of prosperity for Moria. I've seen your prosperity, Lyra countered, memories of her years in exile flashing before her eyes, villages crushed under tribunal taxation, commoners disappeared for questioning the official histories, hedge mages executed for practicing unauthorized forms of healing. It benefits only those within your crystal towers. The storm that had been building since their journey began now reached its crescendo, the sky itself splitting open to reveal the void beyond, a dimension of infinite possibility and terrifying absence. From within that breach emerged a figure of elemental darkness, its form constantly shifting yet unmistakably powerful. Azarath, the Shadow Lord, awakened at last. In that moment of cosmic convergence, as ancient enemies and unwitting pawns gathered at the nexus of worlds, Lyra made her choice. Neither serving the tribunal's ordered tyranny nor embracing Azarath's chaotic destruction, she raised the fully awakened blade of dawn and channeled her birthright, not against the Shadow Lord, but against the very foundations of the corrupt system that had manipulated them all. The power that flowed through her transcended simple destruction. It was transformation, revelation, rebirth. The blade became a conduit for truth, shattering the illusions that had chained Moria for centuries and exposing the tribunal's millennia of manipulation for all to witness. As dawn broke across a landscape forever changed, Lyra Stormborn stood neither as exile nor as heir to ancient power, but as something entirely new, a bridge between ordered stagnation and chaotic potential, offering Moria a third path forward, one forged in the tempest of her own awakening. For the storm had never been her enemy, it had been her inheritance all along. Story 5. The great forges of Moria sang their metallic hymn, hammer strikes echoing through cavernous halls like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. Massive pillars carved with the histories of 7 dynasties supported ceilings adorned with constellations of luminous crystals, not mere decorations, but perfect replicas of the night sky the dwarven people had gradually forgotten in their centuries beneath stone. Through this, Majesty walked Thrain Ironfoot, his youth evident in his short beard barely reaching his collarbone, yet his eyes held the determination that had earned him a place among the elite prospectors of the Deep Delvers Guild. The pickaxe slung across his back bore the distinctive sapphire inlay, marking it as a tool of precision rather than mere excavation. Such implements were entrusted only to those with the rare gift, the ability to hear the whispers of precious metals calling from within uncut stone. Thrain's talent had manifested early, much to the pride of his father, Dernick, the stern captain of the Royal Guard, whose own accomplishments were etched into the Hall of Valor. The northeastern passage again, young Ironfoot, called Master Excavator grimly from his workstation, where he studied maps spread across a table of polished obsidian. The Guild Council deemed those tunnels exhausted 3 seasons past. Thrain paused, his calloused fingers tracing the elaborate metalwork of his guild pendant. With respect, Master Grimly, I hear something in the eastern depths, not gold or mithril. Something different. Something that sings in a lower octave. The elder dwarf's bushy eyebrows furrowed beneath his iron circlet of office. Mind you don't stray beyond the boundary markers, lad. Even your father's position won't protect you if you venture into the uncharted dark. With a respectful bow, Thrain continued his journey through the vast network of tunnels and halls that comprised the kingdom of Moria. The grandeur of the main thoroughfares, with their gleaming mosaics and ever-burning lanterns, gradually gave way to narrower passages where the stonework grew more utilitarian, the ceiling lower, the air thicker with mineral dust, and the tangy scent of raw earth. The song grew stronger in his mind as he navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, not the familiar call of precious metals, but something ancient and compelling. It resonated not in his ears, but in his bones, a vibration that seemed to reach into his very essence. 6 hours of careful progress brought him to a terminus marked with the guild's prohibition runes, elegant angular symbols carved deeply into the rock face, warning of unstable passages beyond. Yet the song pulled at Thrain with irresistible force, drowning out the cautionary teachings instilled since childhood. One strike of his pickaxe against the sealed wall revealed stone far softer than it should have been, crumbling away like aged cheese rather than solid granite. 3 more strikes opened a passage barely wide enough for his stocky frame to squeeze through. Beyond lay no rough natural cavern, but a perfectly hexagonal chamber, its walls inscribed with script even the most learned scholars of Moria would find unfamiliar. At the center stood a plinth of obsidian so pure it seemed to devour the light of Thrain's lantern. Atop it rested a cube fashioned from what appeared to be liquid darkness, somehow rendered solid, its surface rippling subtly despite being fixed in form. The song reached crescendo in Thrain's mind. His hand moved of its own accord, fingers extending toward the mesmerizing artifact. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you," came a voice from the shadows. Thrain whirled, his pickaxe raised defensively. From behind a column stepped a figure clearly not of dwarven kind, too tall, too lithe, with eyes like amber caught in sunlight. A woman of the surface realms, her presence here an impossibility. "How did you enter Moria?" he demanded, grip tightening on his weapon. The kingdom has been sealed to outsiders since the proclamation of isolation. There are ways beneath the mountain that even the dwarves have forgotten, she replied, stepping closer to the plinth, but maintaining a careful distance from the cube. I am Elindra of the Whispering Vale. I've been tracking that artifact since it vanished from our archives 3 centuries ago. Impossible, Thrain scoffed. This chamber has been sealed for millennia. The script is pre-sundering at the latest. Elindra's smile held no mirth. The cube isn't bound by ordinary laws of time and space. It moves between places of power when certain celestial alignments occur. Her gaze locked with his. But more importantly, why can you hear its call? Few beyond the ancient bloodlines possess such sensitivity. Before Thrain could respond, a tremor shook the chamber, dislodging dust from crevices untouched for ages. The cube pulsed once, twice, then a crack appeared across its perfect surface, leaking vapor that coalesced into tendrils of sentient shadow. No! Elindra lunged forward, hands weaving intricate patterns that briefly illuminated the air with sigils of containment. Too late. The shadow essence surged past her magical barriers and through the passage Thrain had created, disappearing into the broader tunnel system of Moria. Do you realize what you've done? Her voice trembled with fury and fear. You've released an echo of the Void King, a fragment of consciousness from a being that nearly devoured all creation during the First Age. Thrain stared at the now empty plinth, cold dread settling in his stomach like lead. I need to warn the Guild Council, the Royal Court. My father will know what to do. Your leaders will be the first targets, Elindra countered, already moving toward the exit. The echo seeks those with influence and authority. It whispers to their deepest fears and resentments, corrupting judgment until tyranny feels like wisdom. 7 days passed before the first signs became unmistakable. The changes were subtle at first. Stricter enforcement of ancient regulations, increased patrols in residential sectors, public interrogations of merchants accused of hoarding resources. But when Thrain witnessed his own father, resplendent in ceremonial armor, ordering the execution of 3 apprentice smiths for alleged conspiracy against the crown, the transformation could no longer be ignored. They're barely into their 40th year, Thrain protested, following his father down the corridor from the judgment hall. They had no access to sensitive information, no motive. Sedition takes root in young minds first, Dernick replied, his voice colder than Thrain had ever heard it. His Majesty has received wisdom that a purge is necessary. The survival of Moria demands sacrifice. Wisdom from whom? The king hasn't taken public audience in days. The same king who taught me chess when I was young, who stressed that leaders must protect even the least of their subjects. Dernick's gauntleted hand struck with lightning speed, the backhand blow sending Thrain against the stone wall. You question too much, my son. Perhaps a stay in the reflection chambers would align your thinking with proper loyalty. Thrain tasted blood from his split lip, but the physical pain paled against the shock of his father's transformation. In that moment, he saw not the dwarf who had taught him honor and duty, but a stranger wearing his father's face, speaking with his father's voice, yet fundamentally changed. That night, Thrain slipped through seldom-used maintenance tunnels, avoiding the suddenly increased patrols, making his way to the small chamber where Elindra had instructed him to hide the remnants of the cube. The sorceress waited there, her face illuminated by a sphere of gentle light hovering above her palm. It's worse than I feared, she said without preamble. The echo has found fertile ground in your leaders' minds. Already they speak of a great cleansing to purify Moria of disloyal elements. I need to save my father, my people, Thrain insisted. "There must be a way to banish this corruption." Elindra's expression softened slightly. "The eternal flame of Khaz-Duraz might cleanse them. Its sacred fire burns away all corruption while leaving the essence of a person intact." But it was lost during the cataclysm of the Third Age. Lost or hidden? Thrain asked, the prospector's instinct for hidden treasures awakening. The oldest songs speak of the flame being safeguarded, not destroyed. The knowledge may survive among those your people have long spurned, Elindra admitted. The nymphs of the Shadow Mountains might remember. They were allies of the dwarves before your kingdom turned inward. The elves of the Silver Forest preserved many records from that era. Even the human sage kings of Valorhaven maintain libraries dating back to the early ages. Thrain straightened his shoulders, decision crystallizing. Aye? Then I must find these allies, whether traditional dwarven pride approves or not. The tremor that shook the chamber then was no natural mountain movement, but the rumble of heavy boots in coordinated march, the unmistakable sound of the royal guard approaching in formation. "They've found us," Elindra whispered, extinguishing her light. "Someone must have tracked your movements." Thrain's mind raced through Moria's complex geography. The eastern ventilation shaft, it's narrow, but it eventually reaches the surface. It's our only chance. As they fled through increasingly neglected passages, evading pursuit through Thrain's intimate knowledge of Moria's forgotten corners, a cold certainty settled in his heart. Saving his kingdom would require something beyond physical strength or even courage. It would demand confronting truths the dwarven people had buried deeper than their most remote minds. 3 months of desperate questing across realms, long considered enemies of Morian kind, had yielded both allies and devastating revelations. In the mist-wrapped groves of the Silver Forest, ancient elven archivists had shared scrolls recording the circumstances of the flame's concealment. Among the crystalline spires of the nymphs' hidden sanctum, Thrain had learned rituals to resist the echo's influence. And in the vast libraries of Valorhaven, human scholars had revealed the most terrible truth of all, one confirmed by Elindra's own reluctant testimony. Now, Thrain stood with his unlikely company at the entrance to Khaz-Duraz, the abandoned holy site where the eternal flame had first manifested millennia ago. Behind him waited representatives from 3 races his people had taught him to distrust. Elindra, whose own grandmother had helped seal away the echo before its recent release. Lysander, an elven battle mage whose ancestors had once fought alongside dwarves against common threats. And Neria, a nymph pathfinder whose knowledge of the deep earth rivaled that of any dwarven explorer. "The inner sanctuary lies beyond this door," Thrain said, his voice echoing in the vast cavern. "According to the records, only one of Durin's bloodline can open it. And only one with pure intent," Elindra added softly. "Are you prepared for what you might find inside, for the truth you must confront?" Thrain's hand rested on the ancient doorway, fingers tracing runes that responded to his touch with faint illumination. "I must be. For my father. For Moria." The massive stone portal slid open with surprising silence, revealing a chamber aglow with veins of luminescent crystal. At its center, suspended in mid-air, danced a flame unlike any natural fire, a swirling vortex of golden light infused with threads of deepest blue. But guarding the flame stood a figure that drew a gasp from Thrain's throat, an ancient dwarf whose elaborate armor and crown marked him as royalty from an age long past. Not a living being, but a spectral guardian whose eyes held the weight of centuries. "I am Thror Ironfist, keeper of secrets," the apparition intoned. "And you, young one, are the first of our kind to seek the flame since I concealed it. Great King," Thrain knelt instinctively. "Moria faces corruption from an echo of the Void King. I seek the flame to cleanse our leaders and save our kingdom. The spectral king's laughter held no joy. How history repeats its cruelest patterns. Tell me, descendant, what have you learned in your quest? What truth have you uncovered that your people have buried? Thrain swallowed hard, the revelation still bitter in his mouth, that the echo was not accidentally released. That during the Great Famine, when Moria faced extinction, my grandfather, King Dane III, made a pact with the entity imprisoned in the cube. Kingdom-wide abundance in exchange for eventual freedom. And do you judge him for this choice? Thror's ghostly eyes seemed to pierce through to Thrain's very soul. I understand his desperation, Thrain answered carefully. To watch your people starve, to hear children crying from hunger, perhaps any ruler might consider terrible bargains. The Guardian nodded slowly. Compassion, not condemnation. The first test is passed. He gestured toward the flame. But know this, the flame requires sacrifice proportional to the corruption it must cleanse. Are you prepared to pay such a price? Thrain rose to his feet, the gravity of his position settling on shoulders too young for such burden, yet strengthened by the journey that had brought him here. Behind him stood representatives of races whose wisdom and courage had proven greater than ancient prejudices, living proof that isolation had weakened, not protected, his people. At whatever the cost, he replied, reaching toward the shimmering flame, I accept it freely, for the heart of Moria must beat clean again. As his fingers touched the ancient fire, cool as mountain spring rather than burning, visions flooded his consciousness, his father as he once was. Teaching a young Thrain the sacred forging techniques, his king in healthier days, dispensing justice with wisdom rather than paranoia, and his people, whose greatest strength had always been not the wealth they extracted from the earth, but the bonds of community they forged in the embrace of stone. The eternal flame flared in response to his acceptance, expanding to engulf his form in painless radiance. In that moment, Thrain understood his true inheritance, not merely bloodline or tradition, but the responsibility to lead Moria from darkness, self-imposed, and shadow-invited. The path ahead would demand courage beyond any battlefield valor, for it required confronting comfortable lies and forging new alliances that honored ancient wisdom while embracing necessary change. For the shadows awakened in Moria's depths were not merely those released from the cube, but the long shadows of isolation, pride, and fear that had gradually dimmed the once brilliant light of dwarven civilization, shadows that could only be banished by the eternal flame of truth, compassion, and connection to the wider world. Story 6. The skies above Moria darkened as the split mountain shuddered, sending tremors across the land for the first time in 7 generations. In the heart of Shadowport, where salt-worn ships rocked against weathered docks and thieves ruled the narrow alleyways, 17-year-old Leora pressed her palm against the crumbling wall of her hideout, feeling the ancient stones vibrate beneath her fingers. The tremor lasted only moments, but the vision that followed, sharp and vivid as lightning, brought her to her knees, a colossal being of shadow and stars, wings spanning the heavens, breaking free from stone chains. Zerados, the world devourer, its name whispered directly into her mind. 6 other faces flashed before her, strangers scattered across Moria, connected by an invisible thread of destiny. And behind them all, a mountain split down the middle like a wound in the earth, glowing with amber light from within. By the first kings, Leora whispered, her nimble fingers, accustomed to picking locks and cutting purses, now trembling. She knew the legends of the split mountain, of course. Every child in Moria did. But legends weren't supposed to invade your mind with images so real you could taste the stone dust in the air. Far to the west, in the whispering woods, The renowned bard Thorn Melodious was mid-performance when the vision struck, causing him to snap a string on his enchanted lute. The noble audience laughed, thinking it part of his act, unaware of the catastrophe painted behind his eyes. In the northern fortress of Ironkeep, General Cadis of the enemy Thraxian armies dropped his war plans as the same vision assaulted him, revealing a fate worse than any battlefield defeat. Across the Sapphire Sea, High Priestess Nissa of the Lunar Temple saw her reflection in sacred waters transform into the face of the beast before being exiled for heresy when she spoke of the vision. In the humble forge within the mountain foothills, the blind blacksmith Phelan Ironsight perceived the vision through his magical second sight, clearer than anything his lost eyes had ever beheld. Deep in the royal forest, Prince Alaric of the Eastern Vale, trapped in wolf form by a court sorcerer's curse, howled at the shared nightmare. And in the forgotten ruins of old Moria, a stone golem with no name or memory felt something stir within its crystalline heart as the same terrible future played out in its ancient consciousness. 7 strangers, one vision, a prophecy of doom, or perhaps something far more complex. 3 weeks later, Leora crouched in the shadow of a massive pillar within the Temple of Forgotten Kings. The moonlight streaming through stained glass windows painted the marble floor in jewel tones, illuminating the most peculiar gathering she had ever witnessed. 6 individuals who had no business being in the same room, much less working together, stood around an ancient circular table. "The visions continue," said Thorn, the once celebrated bard whose silver-streaked auburn hair was now unkempt, his velvet attire frayed at the edges. "To each night, another piece of the puzzle." Priestess Nissa nodded, her pale blue robes shimmering with lunar enchantments. "The Oracle has chosen us, though I cannot fathom why. We are hardly the heroes of legend." Her gaze drifted to General Cadis, whose massive frame and scarred face made him an intimidating presence even without his Thraxian armor. "Perhaps that's precisely why," rumbled the stone golem, its voice like grinding pebbles. Runes carved into its granite body glowed faintly as it moved. Heroes would follow the expected path. We are unpredictable. Prince Alaric, temporarily restored to human form through Nissa's lunar magic, paced the chamber on legs still awkward after months on forepaws. What matters is the Black Flame Brotherhood. They've interpreted the tremors as a sign to begin their rituals. Phelan Ironsight ran his fingers over an ancient map, his blind eyes milky white, but his awareness uncanny. The split mountain has 7 sealed entrances. The Brotherhood has already broken 3 seals. His fingers traced pathways that weren't visibly marked. They believe they're following Zerados's will, but something feels distorted. Leora finally emerged from the shadows, startling even the keen-sensed Wolf Prince. "Because they're being deceived," she said, "just as we might be." All eyes turned to her, the youngest of their strange fellowship, a slender girl with night-dark hair and eyes the color of burnished copper, dressed in a patchwork of leather and cloth, moving with the silent grace of someone who survived by remaining unseen. "Did the Oracle's visions come from the mountain itself?" she continued, tossing a small leather pouch onto the table. Ancient coins spilled out, each bearing the symbol of a crowned dragon. "These were hidden in the oldest library in Shadowport. They belonged to my mother's family, the Dawnblades. We weren't just thieves, as I'd been raised to believe. We were seal guardians." Cadis lifted one of the coins, examining it with narrowed eyes. "These date back to the reign of King Eldrian the Wise, the era when Zerados was first imprisoned." "Exactly," Leora said. "And that's why I question everything we're being shown. These visions, they're not warnings. They're instructions. The Oracle isn't trying to help us stop Zerados. It's guiding us to release him. The journey to the split mountain took them across the breadth of Moria, through the mist-shrouded veiled plains, past the crystal waterfalls of Luminara, and into the dread wastes, where the very soil had been tainted by ancient magic. They faced trials that forged unlikely bonds between them, Caddis and Thorn defending a village from wyverns together, Nissa and Leora infiltrating a brotherhood stronghold, Phelan crafting enchanted weapons from mithril ore that Alaric in wolf form led them to. The golem, whom they had named Adamant, proved to be their greatest mystery and strongest ally. As they journeyed, fragments of memory returned to the stone being, hints that it had once been someone important, perhaps one of the original mages who had imprisoned Zirados. When they finally stood before the split mountain, the sight stole their breath away. Rising impossibly high, the perfect cleft down its center glowed with amber light that pulsed like a heartbeat. 7 archways of different designs were carved into its base, 4 now open, their magical seals broken, 3 still shimmering with protective enchantments. The Brotherhood had arrived before them. Hooded figures in crimson robes performed a ritual at the 4th archway, their chanting carrying on the wind. Behind them stood their leader, Lord Vexus, his face concealed behind a mask of black crystal. "Oh, we're too late," whispered Nissa, despair in her voice. "No," Leora said firmly. "This is exactly when we're meant to be here. Don't you see? 7 archways, 7 chosen ones. We're the keys, not the locks." A realization dawned on Caddis's weathered face. The Oracle wasn't showing us how to stop them. It was showing us how to beat them to it, finished Thorn. "But why would we want to release Zirados?" The answer came from above as the mountain trembled again. A massive shadow passed overhead, a dragon larger than any ever recorded, its scales the deep blue of midnight, eyes gleaming like twin moons. "That," said Adamant, "is not Zirados." The golem's voice had changed, becoming more resonant, more human. "That is Luminar, the guardian of balance. The true prisoner is not the world devourer, but the world protector." Memories flooded back to the stone being as cracks appeared across its surface, revealing glimpses of human skin beneath. "I was Adamus, first mage to King Eldrian. I failed to stop the Brotherhood in my time. They imprisoned Luminar and created the legend of Zirados to ensure no one would try to free him." Leora felt the blood of her ancestors stirring. The Oracle has been trying to correct this injustice for centuries. As the Brotherhood completed breaking the 4th seal, the earth shook violently. Lord Vexus turned toward them, raising a staff of twisted black wood. "The so-called chosen ones arrive," he called, voice echoing unnaturally. "Too late to stop destiny." "We're not here to stop it," Phelan replied, his blind eyes somehow fixing directly on the Brotherhood leader. "We're here to fulfill it." What followed was chaos and magic, unlike anything Moria had seen in 1,000 years. As the Brotherhood rushed to the 5th archway, the 7 chosen ones split up, each instinctively knowing which seal was theirs to address. Leora raced to the 7th arch, the smallest and most intricately carved, dodging blasts of dark magic from Brotherhood acolytes. When she placed her hand upon the seal, the copper coins from her pouch rose into the air, forming a spinning circle. "Blood of the seal guardians," the mountain seemed to whisper. "Welcome home." One by one, the 3 remaining seals dissolved. Nissa channeling lunar magic through her staff, Prince Alaric shifting between human and wolf forms as he howled at his archway, Thorn playing a melody that made the very mountains sing in harmony. General Caddis stood his ground against a dozen cultists, protecting Phelan as the blind blacksmith worked his magic on the 6th seal. And Adamant, crumbling more with each step, placed a half-stone, half-human hand upon the central arch. The mountains split wider, Light poured forth, not the sinister amber glow, but pure, radiant gold. The great dragon Luminar descended into the opening, towards something dark and writhing that had been feeding on his light for centuries. The true Zirados, a parasite of shadow that had grown strong on stolen power. "Choose," came a voice that seemed to emanate from the mountain itself. "Complete the awakening, or close the seals forever." 7 strangers who were now bound by experience and trial looked at one another. The choice before them was impossible. Trust in an oracle whose purpose they still didn't fully understand, or retreat to the safety of the known world, leaving Zirados contained but Luminar imprisoned. Leora looked up at the majestic dragon, then at her unlikely companions. "Some legends are meant to be rewritten," she said. And with that, she stepped through her archway into the heart of the split mountain, ready to face whatever destiny awaited, not as it was written, but as they would write it anew. The others followed, one by one, into light and shadow, toward an ending no prophecy had ever glimpsed. And somewhere, deep within the mountain, the oracle smiled.